position. We gotta change over and turn down the music. And there we go. Get things all adjusted here. How is everybody doing tonight? We are here. We are ready to continue. Looks like the soundboard is working. The sound alerts thing. So I usually have to refresh that. What is? Okay, no, it's saying excellent. All right, everything seems to be working tonight. We were having some issues earlier, but they seem to have sorted themselves out. All right. Get Swifty. How's it going? Akihito, hello, hello. And unknown user is back. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Mark Morales, Eric Ramos. Geez, chat's been busy while I was getting stuff ready. Oh, man. How is Season 2 going for everybody else that has finally gotten themselves in and going? Anyone that is in, how many do we have on RP servers? How many do we have on mixed servers? Unknown user, Season 2 hasn't started for you yet, eh? Yeah, I know not everybody has it. This was just the first batch. So. Oh, nice, Akihito, you're getting over tonight, eh? Sweet. Mark Morales is in mixed. RP server 0003 for Eric Ramos. I'm pretty sure I heard Wubto is also, I think, over on that server with, I think King Dead was saying that they're on the same server. Oh. Sorry about that one, if that was a little loud. 0010, eh? Oh, wow. RP, of course. Good stuff. You'll be in server 10 RP. Awesome. It's Torment. Non-roleplay 0004 for you. Well, we are on the same server then. It's Torment. At least for this account. This is my main account that I was playing on server 1. So we are on the same mixed server here. I'm still waiting on 139 to switch over on Monday, and then I'll be hopping over there to do the RP thing myself. Yeah, mixed servers, they're gonna be weird. I can already tell they're gonna be like, I mean, you can see here, you can already start to see just how weird the mixed servers are gonna be. I'm not using any evil commanders because I just don't need to. The 10% damage reduction that troops and commanders get is just a non-issue. You know, like I've got Legolas here doing 30,000 commander damage. His troops are still doing 20,000 damage. Nice. Thought that was me in WC earlier. Yes, it was. I was at work. I wanted to make sure I was still taking advantage of the timers. So whenever I had some downtime at work, I was hopping on trying to continue the progress. So as you can see, we've gotten ourselves up to 2,300 power today. Took our first 90s, and Legolas is at level 18 now, getting close to 20. I know the feeling, I do that too. 10%, that's it. Now I'm even more happy that I went RP. Yeah, and not only that, Get Swifty, you can actually remove the entire damage debuff for both the commanders and the units by investing into these two ring trees or ring skills right here. Because at max, this will completely reduce the 10% reduction. And same with this one. It completely removes the 10% reduction. So at that point, I'm actually going to be able to run all of these commanders at 100% effectiveness with all of the units at 100% effectiveness. It's going to be nutty. As I've said, I do still plan on focusing on the roleplay server as my like serious server. But I've already started to kind of make friends with Mordor on this server as well, trying to help them out, make sure everybody, you know, is on the same page, looking to succeed. So I am going to be hopping back and forth from the RP server to this server, you know, over the course of the season. Because I'm not going to completely neglect this server. As I said, the main reason I even wanted to do this was just to highlight the absurdity of this idea of mixing commanders and units. So now that I've confirmed that I will be able to just remove the debuff, then yeah, it's going to be like, okay, let's do it. Legolas out there pumping out the damage with alerts. Arwen, you know, healing trolls. Theo and Mama kills if they are mounted. Even if they aren't mounted, though, I ended up realizing, like, Theo or Eowyn could be the thing that makes the evil mounted units really good. Because, like, right now, I've got the tier 2. God, I'm out of breath. I can't catch my breath. Whew. Anyway. Maybe I'm just talking too damn much. I do have the tier 2 trackers already. And, you know, I'm starting to think that, yeah, Theo with, like, the tier 3 wargs and the tier 3, the dragoons, might not be too bad. Now, another issue that I did have because I wanted to get some footage, orange loons or leans, orange. Season 2 has started for certain servers. So I think it was from, yeah, I can't actually remember exactly how high the server number went. But the first batch of servers have merged and transitioned over into Season 2. And there's going to be more transitioning over the course of the next few days. Or the next week. Yeah, Get Swifty, like you've hit the nail on the head there, that like the good side has easier to use commanders and a whole bunch of utility that makes things a little bit easier for them. I'm missing out on questions here. Is it worth just holding out my main commanders for mock battling on 300 tiles? No? No, because like you'd want to be using those commanders to help get you to 300s. I will be going Rune Season 2 again. If it turns out dead again, I will swap to Mordor. Sounds good, man. Hopefully the fact that Rune is finally playable, like just on normal servers, hopefully that'll increase the population numbers. I mean, T3 Raiders are great for anti-cav. Theo fighting with and against mounted units. Theo using Raiders, Katas. Oh yeah, because I'll be able to use good units too. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is just stupid. This is so dumb. So I'm going to be able to make an embassy to get either Cavaliers or Cataphracts while I'm running Raiders as well as Dragoons using a Theo on a Mordor account. My brain hurts, man. Did they think this through at all? This is the dumbest idea anyone's ever come up with. Not to mention, if it's true that Mummas get mounted bonuses, yeah, exactly. I mean, if Mummas get bonuses, if they are considered mounted units and get bonuses from Theo, I mean, they don't need it. That's the one thing. I mean, I actually just realized that earlier today before I left for work. I was getting footage for the special units, and when I got to Mummas, I was thinking about all of this, and I thought, like, yeah, sure, everyone's talking about how crazy it'll be if Theo gives bonuses to Mummas, but isn't it just overkill? Like, they're already pretty friggin' broken. If you run Mummas at somebody, they're gonna have a bad day. Do they need Theo? Could you actually put a commander on, like, is there a single commander that would be bad equipped with Mumma kills? Even Grishnak, even Denethor would be good with Mumma kills. So, to me, like, it was just one of those things I kind of realized that they're just so strong. I don't know if they're, because even any bonuses that he could give Mumma kills still wouldn't help them against something like Oathbreakers. The only bonuses that he's going to give them are extra attack, which they don't need. He's going to give them a heal, which they don't really need. Yeah, so. But anyway, like, there are still other nutty combinations that can be made use of. I mean, I'm really excited to try Arwen and Trolls. Having some sort of, like, crazy healer with Trolls, like Mountain Trolls, to keep up that front line. Oh, man, that's going to be nice. Yeah, exactly. The extra is kind of just like a slap. It's adding insult to injury at that point. I mean, people are having a bad enough time with Mummas. If they see Mummas and Theo, it's just like, I quit. They're just going to quit. Sorry for a random question. That is what this stream is all about, Nokomonda. It's just random questions, man. It started as a Q&A stream. I'm keeping up the Q&A thing. I love answering questions for people and trying to, you know, clear things up and help people understand and enjoy the game a little bit more. But do I think it is worth to use Respect 1 alerts at all? Yeah. I mean, he still does a good amount of damage at Respect 1. And this is one of the issues I have with the way people talk about certain commanders. Okay. I need to figure out, I need to, like, do breathing exercises or something tonight, because holy crap, every time I try and talk, it's like I stop breathing, and then I just, yeah, okay. Anyway, I do find a lot of people focus too much sometimes on certain abilities. And yes, alerts becomes a whole lot better if you can get him to Respect 3. But there's nothing wrong with just the Pursuer tree. It's got, you know, an increase in damage. He does extra damage that's modified by might. And he's got Overwhelm, which is a pretty good ability. And then he's got Uruk-hai Elite down here that's going to increase both his might and his speed. He's got the heal there, as well as another damage increase. I don't think I am okay, unknown user. I don't know what's going on tonight. It's happening again right now. Like, I feel like I'm breathing. But apparently I'm not. Holy shit. All right. I'm all vaccinated and everything too, so like it's better not be the thingamajig. Anyway, Barrow Wights will be able to heal themselves. Oh, has anyone thought about how King of the Dead can use a combo of Oathbreakers and Barrow Wights? Barrow Wights will be able to heal themselves while the enemy cannot heal. I don't think so. Because he also shuts down allied healing. Enemy and allied units cannot be healed. If that's what you were talking about, Jonathan. So is that what you're talking about, is combining the R5 and Betrayer? Because that's something I never checked when I had King of the Dead myself, was I didn't check to see if this went off on the pre-battle phase. But if it does, okay, yeah, no, I think you might be right there. I have a feeling this probably would go off during the pre-battle phase. I still don't know if Barrow Wights are worth it, though. I honestly don't. It's only a 20% heal. It's not great. The only reason Oathbreakers are any good is because they've got the physical damage immunity. Like, that's really... Like I said, I think you are right that the combination would probably work. I just don't know how beneficial it would be. Because if you're not going against a commander like Arwen, that's going to be providing big heals anyway, it's not really going to have much benefit. And it's just going to be a normal battle as it is. Yeah, it is, like you say, a big question mark for now. It's worth testing, I think. If somebody has King of the Dead and is able to easily get Oathbreakers and Barrow Wights, then yeah, it's worth testing and checking out. Think of Witch King with Iron Warriors. Iron Warriors, Alchemists, and I guess Morgul Arbalests for the poison damage, maybe. Or the Corsairs for extra burn damage. Now, Jonathan, like I said, in the last beta, on my Gondor account, I did end up getting King of the Dead. I didn't get him to Respect 5. I only had him at Respect 3. But even at Respect 3, I really liked him. I thought he was a really good commander. He's tough to figure out, and I find, like, when you read his abilities, you kind of sit back and go, huh? But if you read them 2 or 3 times and kind of think about it, then you can start to make sense of how they work and how to make use of them. The Respect 3 one, I think that's the one that makes all enemy or all units do minimum damage. That can be a really good counter to the Witch King thing with the Alchemists. It doesn't work so well against like March Wardens, you know, units that have a very low variance between their minimum and maximum. But like I said, something like Alchemists, it's a great way to shut them down. keep up on that training camp. God damn it, I got no grain. I need some grain. You can still get the Rona if you were vaccinated. I hope you're okay. If it keeps up, I definitely will, unknown user. It's starting to, like I said, I'm gonna just try talking and breathing at a different pace. Maybe I just need to slow down a little. But yeah, I am gonna keep an eye on it, because I'll also say that, like, I've had the left side of my chest here has been hurting for the last few days, but I thought it's just because I was sleeping on that side of my stomach, or like on my left side. Because when I was younger, I did crack the ribs on this side, and like they just hurt every now and then if I do the wrong thing. So, but it's like, I don't know, if more and more stuff, if I lose my taste, if I lose my sense of taste, I'm going to the damn hospital. Rainbow Pit, how's it going? I have King of the Dead R3 and be so sadly underwhelmed. This is why I am hopeful. Actually is R4.5. Well, there you go, man. You're getting closer and closer. Now, I'm not sure what build you're running with him. I'm pretty sure when I used him, I maxed out his incorporeal tree, because these are all pretty good. They can shut down commanders like Lurtz, Legolas, you know, the high damage dealing ones, even the focus damage commanders, Gandalf, Arwen, or not Arwen, Galadriel, that's her. I think I used the Betrayer tree for the silence and the stun as well. And then, yeah, I put some extra points into the Men of the Mountain tree. But I focused on these two myself. I appreciate your concern, unknown user. Like I said, I will keep an eye on it, and hopefully I'm fine in the morning. I didn't get much sleep last night either. I was up late doing the thing with the season 2, and so I think it could be just a combination of things. We have a free thingamajig, and nothing worthwhile. Let's do a thingamajig. Nothing. Oh, we got a purple helmet out of that one. What units did I have the most success with, considering the Who minimum damage title? Oh, at that time, like I said, I was Gondor, so I was running Swan Knights, Dunedains, Bow Knights, Guard of the Tower sometimes if I needed to counter mounted units. I did have Oathbreakers on him most of the time. But yeah, it just kind of depended on who I was fighting. If I was fighting elves, then I generally have Dunedains in there to counter the ranged. If I was fighting Rohan, I'd have the Guard of the Tower in there. You know, but yeah, you'd probably want to be making use of your T4, whatever that is, and then, you know, throw Oathbreakers in there. But then you can use, you know, pretty much anything else to counter with. All right, let's see if we can afford some people. Need a few more of these. And then I think she's going to come home because we want to get Lego back out there doing his thing. Oh, you were Gondor too, eh? I was Gondor on server 1 before the evil factions became playable. And then once the evil factions became playable, I went over to server 4 and was Mordor. After lots of testing, I found that Kamul with T3 trolls plus T4 trolls plus Reapers, such a good combination on Mordor. I liked a very similar build. I just didn't run the Ravagers on him myself. I ran the T3 trolls, the Reapers, and then I would generally run Crushers or Snipers. But yeah, if you use the second in command tree with the anticipation skill, I feel like that was made for the Reapers. It really, and then pairing the anticipation skill with the mountain trolls is a huge benefit. I can understand why you're pairing the Ravagers though. I just personally found it hard to maintain mountain trolls and Ravagers, and so I very rarely used both. Because they're cheap to make, first of all, but the defense reduction skill that they have, so many people seem to overlook that. Like, I don't know why more people don't appreciate Crushers. They reduce your enemy's defense on hit. They are the rams of the evil side, and you get them as an infantry unit, not mounted. From the Oathbreakers. Hey, Tricky Tan, how's it going? Can't wait to ban your best commander during important moments. God damn it. I forgot about that. That's a thing, isn't it? It's always Theo, man. Just keep banning Theo. Did I notice Swan Knights would take the self-inflicted damage for the first 3 rounds? Yes, that's their skill. Is Protector. And so for the first 3 rounds, Swan Knights have a taunt. Alright, so she's back home. We're going to load Legolas back up and get him back to work. I see you're using those really crooked evil commanders. The most evil of them all, indeed. I'm using the most evil of evil commanders. I can't remember exactly who it was, but there was somebody that I was we were talking about it, and this idea had come about even before was that I was going to join a mixed server as Mordor, and if possible, I was going to try and play out the entire season not using evil commanders. Now, that's what I'm basically trying. Like, I'm trying to progress using my good faction commanders. But I will say that if I'm lucky, and I am opening Matham chests for evil commanders because I still want to build my evil commander collection. If I end up being lucky enough to unlock Angmar Lady or Crazy Cat Lady, I'm definitely using them because, you know, they're new and testing and such. But also Angmar Lady just looks awesome, and her skills just, yeah. So Crushers would be pretty good versus Mumakills. Maybe. They reduce defense. I don't think anything's good against Mumakill. But I mean that they took damage from your own Oathbreakers. What took damage from my own Oathbreakers? Oh, the Swan Knights. Yeah, they might have, but it's only minor focus damage. In before you pull the Witch King or a T3. Yeah. It's gonna happen. Also, Troll will taunt the Oathbreaker's self-inflicted damage and hit the Troll instead of themselves. Yep. Mountain Trolls also don't like Madness, because I did run Mountain Trolls on Grima in the last beta before I knew about it. And if you inflict Madness on an enemy, and they are supposed to attack their allies, they'll still attack the Mountain Trolls. So you don't want to run Mountain Trolls if you're trying to run Madness on a commander. To your commanders, Woobto, how's it going? I hear you're on King Dead server. Do your commanders transfer over to new servers? If you stay good, for example, would you be able to play your good commanders in another server, or do you have to start fresh? They do transfer over with you. So as you can see here, Woobto, this is the only evil commander I have on my evil account, but I still have all of my commanders from last season, from the good faction. On the mixed servers, the only way I can use them is by putting points into the persuasion tree. And if you're on a roleplay server, then you'll only have those commanders if you stay that same side. So if you were good and you go good on an RP server, you'll have all your commanders. If you go evil, you'll have to start from scratch. I mean, I've noticed that using one type of unit deals more damage versus Mamakill. Really? That's interesting. Why don't I do the tavern tips? Gonzalo Rizzola. Because I hate the tavern. Because I just hate the tavern now. I absolutely hate the tavern, and I spend as little time in there as possible. So the tips aren't worth it for me. I can't stand that fucking 3D tavern. Just so the Mamakill ability of hitting all units doesn't trigger / get its value. Yeah, but that still shouldn't really matter, because the only thing that does is spread the damage out. Now, all of that damage should be concentrated on one unit. And so it doesn't make sense to me. Yes, Kamul is strong. Oh yeah. I really liked Kamul. Grima, Agzok, and Kamul were my top 3 commanders when I played Mordor last beta. And I gotta get back to doing stuff here, because like I keep forgetting my timers are actually going, and I only got half an hour now. Alright. What? He's at like 13 grand. He can start taking 7s pretty comfortably now. So where are we going? There's a good one. Go fetch. Oh, that's awesome. So our commanders are account-wide and now server-specific. That's great news. To be honest, I don't really know how it works. I just noticed one type of unit caused more Mamakill deaths. Yeah, that's really interesting. Like I said, I'm not sure what the... Because I just don't understand how the Mamakill would do less damage if there are less targets. You know, it's... I don't know. But I mean, I didn't do the testing, so if that's what you found, that's what you found. Mummas do full damage to all targets. It doesn't spread anything as far as I know. So against 3 armies, it will deal triple damage. Yeah, but it wouldn't do triple damage to all targets, would it? That's the thing. I'd need to actually read some Mumma kill reports to confirm the math. Yeah, that's what I mean, Janai, is like the numbers are still the same though. Because it's whether it's doing 100% to each of 3 different targets or doing that same 100% to one target, it's still 100%. You can't deal more than 100% damage. So that's the part that I'm struggling with, is just because he has just because the Mumma kill has less targets to hit doesn't mean he's doing any less damage to the one unit that he still hits. Like the damage number should still be the same. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting observation, unknown user. Like I said, I'm not trying to say that that's, you know, all I'm saying is it just doesn't logically make sense to me. And I'm really curious now to actually get some Mumma kill later on and do some testing, because like I want to test that specifically. Find somebody, whether I've got to be the one sacrificing units, or if I can get Mumma kill and have somebody throw themselves at me. I'd like to test that specifically. You know, find a commander and load them up with 3 units. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Well, yeah, but this is the part that I want to read, Rainbow Pit, because, like I said, like I don't know if that's how Mummas actually work. No, because it's doing 100% damage to each, so each type loses units. If you only run 1 unit, you're losing less units. And so this is the part that, like I said, because I don't have a report myself, I'm having to try and connect the dots here. So in a Mumma kill battle report, if you read through a round of attacks, if the Mumma kill is going against a commander with 3 types of units, will the Mumma kill make 3 separate attacks in one turn? It says, you know, like Mumma kill attacks unit A, Mumma kill attacks unit B, Mumma kill attacks unit C, and then in each of those it spreads the damage out? Because if that's the case, then sure, it all makes sense. But the way that I've always understood Mumma kills to work is that it says Mumma kills make an attack, and it just does damage to everything. Oh, it's terrible. It is so terrible. No, it's got no use. It's a horrible, horrible ability. Its only use is for strengthening or refinement fodder. It's 1 attack, but each different type of unit gets full damage, as far as I understand. But again, it wouldn't be, as far as I can tell, like, and this is just going off logic, it would be even if it did maximum damage, it would do 1,500 damage to unit A, 1500 damage to Unit B and 1500 damage to Unit C. It wouldn't do 4500 damage to each of them. Or is that the part I have wrong? Yeah. But again, this is where like that doesn't work in the world of math. Because let's use your example there, Rainbow Pit. It's doing 100 damage to Unit A, 100 damage to Unit B, and 100 damage to Unit C. If Unit A and B aren't there, it's still only doing 100 damage to Unit C. Correct? Yeah, but and so that's the part that makes that's the reason none of it makes sense to me. Is because regardless of how many units you bring against the Mummakill, that Mummakill is only doing a set amount of damage against the unit. It's not variable based on other units present. You're losing less total units, but you're not losing less units of that type. So it's still not really a gain. Like, you'd actually... Man, unknown user, you've like broken my brain with this one. Because I'm not calling you a liar by any means. That's the one thing, like, that's why I said I didn't do the testing. I don't have those reports that you obviously do, and you're telling me this is what you found. I'm just... Whenever I come up against something like this, I always try and like logic it and rationalize it and have it make sense. And this one, I just can't. Yeah, and I like that I agree with, that you're losing less units overall, but that's only by default. That's not anything special. You know, it's only because the Mummakill... It would be the same thing against Ravagers. You know, you could make the same argument against Ravagers that running one type of unit is better because you'll lose less units. Well, yeah, that's only because they don't have two other targets to be attacking. But it doesn't actually mean that your one type of unit is doing better than it would otherwise. Now that Akihito is definitely agreed upon by me, is if you only run Fell Beasts or Eagles, considering they take so much less damage from melee units, that'd be alright. Happy Thanksgiving, Cody. I mean, my Thanksgiving was like a month ago here in Canada. But happy Thanksgiving to all the American friends watching. Or happy belated Thanksgiving, because it was yesterday. I hope your visit with family was good, Cody. So if it hits each type, let's say you lose 200 of each type. If you only run... Yeah, and as I said, Rainbow Pit, like I agree with. That I'm not confused by. But again, to me, that's not anything definitive. That doesn't actually show you anything because it's just a default state. Like I said, that same fact would be true against Ravagers. That, you know, if you only run one type of unit against Ravagers, well, it's going to look like they do better because the Ravagers don't have as many targets. But I don't... It doesn't satisfy me, at least, as a... Because like I said, it just feels like such a default state when you drop those other units. Yeah, get swifty like that. And you know, but this all started because unknown user said that when he ran one type of unit against Mamakill, he killed more Mamakills. And that's the part that confused me about it. Is that it was like, well, why? How are you doing more damage against Mamakills if the Mamakill is, in essence, doing the same amount of damage to those units? You know, like, that's the disconnect that I'm having. It doesn't have anything to do with the damage the Mamakills are doing. It's the extra damage being done to Mamakills when the units that are damaged... Oh, no, okay, I guess it would just be... Never mind. It makes sense now. Because you're just increasing... Because again, it's just another default state. If you increase the amount of that single unit, then, yeah, they're going to do more damage, I guess. But I managed to take more Mamakill with me than when I ran 3 units. Yeah, that's the part that, yeah. Was his unit T4 Dwarves? Probably because he was using Bonites. It's not because the Mamakill are doing more or less. Yeah, see, like this, it just, I didn't mean for this to become like a huge thing. It was just a moment of confusion for me, and I just was trying to work through it. And now it's like blown up in chat. I'm sorry. Yeah, regardless, it's still an interesting. Yeah, me either, unknown user. I'm right there with you. I can't explain how that would work, other than, like I said, by the default state where you get to run more of that individual unit type when you only run that, as opposed to running 3 units and having to run less of it. So maybe that made the difference. But again, Rainbow Pit, that can't be the reason. I'm sorry, that can't be the reason. Because at this point, you have to isolate that unit. If you're only talking about this unit and the damage that they deal to Mamakill, you have to isolate it when you're talking about the 3 units. Because it has nothing to do with the damage that the Mamakills are doing. It's the damage the single unit is doing. And like I said, the damage the Mamakill does to the unit should still be the same. The unit is still suffering the same fate, basically. There is more of them, which would translate to more damage. But like I said, the Mamakill isn't actually killing more of those units per hit than it would otherwise. You know, yeah, there's more of them to start with, but each time the Mamakill hits them, they should still be losing the same number of units as they would if you ran with 3. If the damage numbers are the same. Only report I got is when I did 1 unit with my Mamakill, the other person used Bonites, and I had 50 and went down to 38. And the other person lost 400 units because the Bonite's good against large. Yeah. Yes, but you're also doing more damage because you will do more damage, no? Well, yeah, like I said, I mean, just by the default state, like the default fact that you've got more... You know, if you were running 3 types of units, maybe you could run 1,000 of each. But if you're only running 1 of those 3 units, then you can run 3,000 of that unit. So, I mean, at that point, that's 2,000 extra units that you've got to deal damage with. And so it's going to make the numbers look different. But, again, the damage numbers per hit taken by, and the losses taken by that unit per hit from the Mama Kill should still be the same. But then by the time they would have lost the same number of units they would have in the triple comp fight, they would still have units to be dealing damage with in this fight. And so maybe that's where it's coming from. The commander he was using is kind of significant also. That's true. Legolas or Dwaylen can do a lot of damage to Mama. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, actually. Maybe the extra damage and the extra Mama Kill kills came from the commander and not the units. But Nakamonda, this is the part that, like I said, it doesn't make sense. How are you losing less of that same type of unit in a round when that same type of unit should be taking the same amount of damage? There's no difference in damage numbers from the Mama Kill. So that one unit is still taking the same amount of damage whether you run it with one unit type or run it with 3 unit types. So you shouldn't be losing any more or any less. It would look like you lose less because you have more to start with. But the numbers themselves shouldn't change other than like by the amount that they would normally change through variance. There's always, a little bit of RNG to deal with. But that, they've got that damage of 12 to 1500. I've never caused so many headaches just by mentioning this. Well, and that's like I can overthink things or get like real rabbit holey with certain stuff. Yeah, that one unit is losing the same amount. That is true. Okay. Also, AJ, a lot of equipment or skills say it heals one unit, so it could heal the single unit troops faster as well, depending on the commander. Yeah, I guess I hadn't thought about that. That, yes, if you have skills or equipment abilities that do heal single targets, that's going to make a difference. I have a feeling that would have been mentioned, though. Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with that too, Rainbow Pit, that that would make a big difference. But like I said, I don't know. I guess I just assume that would have been mentioned if it played a role. Yeah, the number of losses stay the same, but it's a smaller percentage of losses. Yeah, as I said, Jonathan, like that though is just by the default state of having more to start with. If you were to do the balanced test, take 3 units, load them up, figure out how many of whatever whatever unit you're trying to figure it out for is. Say it's Iron Warriors. You load up a commander with 3 types of units and make sure one of them is Iron Warriors. And then once you're happy with the number of Iron Warriors you have, remove the other 2 units, but don't fill the Iron Warriors up. Because you would want to run the same number of Iron Warriors against the Mama Kill, both in a 3 unit comp and a single unit comp, to really get the true numbers. If you run, a unit in a triple comp and then run that same unit solo but fill it up, then yes, it's going to, like you said, you're going to lose a smaller percentage, in essence translating to more damage and more kills, but that wouldn't have anything to do with anything but the fact that you've got more units. Just to cause more headaches, I am an evil rune player. Sounds good. Damage falls off faster. Think about your army's total health. You're not losing less flat damage, but it's a smaller percentage of your total units in the army. Yep, but like I said, that's just by default. If you were to run the same exact number of those units in both a triple comp and a solo comp, I'm pretty sure at that point it would play out the way everyone kind of would assume, and they would get stomped into the ground. And there would be no, because they got stomped anyway, but there would be no increase in damage. There would be no increase in mama kill kills, because at that point it would be the same as, because again, they'd be taking the same damage, they'd have the same numbers, they'd have the same losses, there'd be no buffer. Just curious, Nakamondo, what commander / single unit are you using? Gorbag, for example, 400% on one unit. Let's say the Mama Kill, 500 units of each type, and you're running 1,000 of each type, right? If you run 3 types, you would lose 1,500 units, so you would only hit back with... Sorry? I don't follow that one. Let's say the Mama Kill, 500 units of each type. Oh, the Mama, okay. That's why it's split at that space between Mama and Kill was deliberate. Let's say the Mama Kill 500 unit of each type, and you're running 1,000. If you run 3 types, you lose 1,500. So you only hit back with 1,500 units in your army. If you run 3,000 of a single unit, you lose only 500. So you hit back with, yeah, and like I said, that's by the default state that you have more units, more of that type of unit. Yes, you're going to deal more damage and kill more Mama Kill. But that's just another default state at that point. That it's like, okay, yeah, I would expect that at that point. I hadn't thought about the just natural increase in troop number. Oh, wow, I'm way behind. No, I thought I was way further behind than I was. Okay. Don't know why you are comparing one unit only. We are talking about overall army. No, we're not, Jedi. We're talking about a single unit. This, like I said, this all started because unknown user was saying that one unit did more damage and killed more Mama Kills than when he ran it in a triple composition. So I was specifically focused on one unit, not an army. And I was trying to narrow that down as to why one unit would kill more Mama. And I just totally overlooked the fact that you would have more to start with. And like as Rainbow Pit pointed out there, like as we said, the losses stay the same. And so if you have 1,000 of that type of unit, you only hit them with 500. But if you have 3,000 of that type of unit, you hit them back with 2,500, which is going to be a whole lot more damage. So that, yeah, like that helps make sense. Well, as I said, like the big problem for me was just forgetting that you've got so many more command points to fill of the one unit. And so I was pigeonholing myself into like working with the same numbers because that's what I'm so used to doing for testing, that I was thinking, you know, you've got 1,000 of that type of unit, and then you only use 1,000 of it as a single unit. But it's like, why would you do that? You have all those other command points worth of unit to fill it up with. Well, I was agreeing with some parts. But yeah, it's a, you know, communication can be hard. Syntax, how's it going? Pulled about $200 worth of the Glory banner today, which is roughly 150 Mathoms. Pulled no single T2 or T3 commander. Ouch. Did manage to get Theo from R1 to almost R6 though. That's pretty good. Well, I do apologize if it was frustrating. I mean, I was getting frustrated myself because it did feel like that there was just like there's something not being communicated effectively here. Because like there's like going around in circles type thing. So, and again, I only got like, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours sleep last night. So my brain isn't fully caught up with the rest of things, but as you can see, it like you could probably see the actual like pain that my brain was in trying to process that. It hurt. That one, it just was messing with me. I think my brain just quit when I left work. Like, nope, we're done. It did hurt. It did. What do you mean? There's food right here. I got food. I got food. I got food. Look at all the food. I mean, yeah, there's a serious lack of 200s and higher. I will say that. And yeah, no, there's a whole lot more iron and stone in Mordor than anything else. But I mean, that's the trade-off we get for having such a defensible starting location. I honestly don't know, Cody. I mean, Imrahil looks really friggin' good. This at R5 here, this thing here is awesome. Giving all your mounted units plus 15 speed, as well as stun and madness immunity, and then increasing the attack or the HP of all these units by 6. That's pretty friggin' cool. He gets that same mounted combat that Theo does, where his mounted units are going to deal additional damage. He gets coalition, so your men and your elves are going to deal maximum or have a chance to deal maximum damage. Yeah, this one was pretty good as well because it gave them initiative. And then he's got a heal here. Like, it's hard for me to definitively say that he's going to be better because I haven't used him at all yet. But I mean, wow, I can't look at those skills and think he's not going to be a great commander. He's just got so much going for him. So, Hey, Akihito, welcome to Season 2. Go have some fun. Oh, Mika, you got Imrahil's invite. Grats. Let me know what you think of him for sure. Because, yeah, I think he's going to be a good commander. I do think he's going to be... Even without the R5 skill, I think he's going to be good. Like, that's going to make him really good. But it's not necessary, in my opinion. Because he still gets this, these 2 heals here. So, he's going to recover HP after men units deal damage. His units are going to get a nice heal. Yeah, they're all gaining initiative with this. He gets extra experience. Damage and damage. At R3, he's got a defensive tree. So you've got that stacking air bonus. Nobility for more damage. And then Gallant for more damage and speed. So even at Respect 3, I think he's going to be pretty good. But yeah, I think he will definitely shine at R5. Nice, I can imagine. Good stuff, Mika. So, I mean, you're going to have to message me in-game, because I think, like you said, that you're Gondor. Oh, wait, you already did. Yeah. Hello. We'll chat at some point. Because I think... I don't think there's any reason Gondor and Mordor need to be enemies this season. That's just like that's been played out to death. How is Thorin looking like? As an upcoming Erebor player, I'm hoping he's decent. I haven't looked at his skills yet. Oh yeah, the speed boost. Yeah, I did I did talk through my buffs, didn't I? That's all right. Whatever. It happens. Yeah, it's looking like we need a server-wide alliance against Loth. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be server-wide, but yeah, there's got to be at least a couple of strong factions, I think, to help keep them in check. Gothmog, hands down. Grishnak sucks. Thorin Oakenshield syntax. He looks okay. I don't think he's anything crazy. I mean, he's got Oakenshield. So he's going to deal damage, and then your allied army is going to reduce the damage they receive. This is stackable and lasts until the end of battle. So that is going to add up to a decent chunk. It'd be 50% at max at the end of the battle, I think. So I think that's pretty good. This is a weird one. He deals 42.8 to 100% physical damage. Topple, he's going to deal physical damage and has a chance of stunning the target. He's got the Revivalist tree down here for a heal, as well as a stun with Frightened. King under the Mountain, he's going to increase his might by 15%, give dwarves 2 HP. He's got Longbeard to ignore defense, detect weakness. And then over here, he's got King of Durin's Folk. All your dwarven units are going to receive 15% less damage. They're going to get 2 to their attack. gives them a counterattack here. And then parry to reduce damage from melee units. So he's got some stuns, he's got a few heals, he's got damage reduction. Yeah. He's like I said, he's fine. I got enough respect to unlock one of those two. Yeah, I would definitely go with Gothmog. Got a really specific question. Got a Hysteria item, giving 50% chance madness. Is it better on Grima or Gorbag? Gorbag. Grima's already got enough skills that inflict madness. If you were to put it on Gorbag and go with the interrogator tree, then he would have madness as well as stun. And both of those benefit from the damage increase of Interrogator. Yeah, our Gondor is looking pretty good, actually. Yeah, not a problem, unknown user. Kind of disappointed in how many players I've seen in other factions, though. Why is that, Michael? Are you server 4 as well? Yeah. I've noticed some of the new commanders have abilities that have a damage range rather than a set damage. Yeah, and I don't like it one bit, Micah. I do not like it. The damage ranges on those skills, no. They need to be set damage. In my opinion, anyway. He seems alright, I guess. Yeah, I think I still prefer Gimli and even Balin over him, though. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's going to depend on how that Oaken Shield stacks up, I think. It's a good thing you said Eru was a nice person, eh? That's funny. It just doesn't seem like many players are anywhere else. Is that because you don't like math? No, I actually really like math. If that was directed at me. I just maybe don't have the easiest time with it when I'm overtired. Oh, no, that was for the damage ranges. No, I don't think skills like that are the place for damage ranges. Those skills, from day one, they've always done set numbers of damage. It's a needless change, in my opinion. It's change for the sake of change. It's not anything beneficial. It's not anything good. It's not anything we needed or wanted. It's just a change for the sake of change. And that's not something that's always a good thing. All it does is complicate stuff. I hate needlessly overcomplicating things. And that's all damage ranges like that do on those skills and abilities. Is just add needless complication. You know, how many times have I tried to go through commander skills and do quick math on the numbers? You can't really do quick math on variances like that. Yeah, it really bugged me when I saw that. But Grima has defense reduced, plus dealing more damage on subject to madness as well. Yeah, but as I said, Nako, Grima has enough skills of his own that inflict madness. Gorbag doesn't. He only has stun. So if you were to stack stun and madness onto Gorbag, he would actually get double the benefit from the interrogator tree. He'd get those damage bonuses and defense reductions when he stuns them, but he'd also get them when he inflicts them with madness. So far, I'm the most impressed with Imrahil. Not sure if I'd rank the new elf commander over him, but Imrahil seems pretty solid. Yes, he does. Sounds good, Michael. Thank you very much for stopping in tonight. Have yourself a good day. Yeah, since you mentioned that, I agree. It gets a lot harder to run calls on how well a skill is doing when you have no idea if it was a high or low roll. Just put it in the middle of whatever range. Exactly, Cody. That's the only, that's my big issue with variances like that. Like I said, if you're trying to do calculations, you've then got to start trying to figure out, okay, was this a high roll, a low roll, an average roll? What are my average rolls? And there was enough of that kind of crap to go over with just base stats as far as like might and focus and defense and attack and all that kind of stuff was concerned. There was already so many unknowns as far as RNG went that I really appreciated having some set numbers to work with in the abilities. So. Oh, they stack? Maybe? Oh, yes. They should. But that's not really what I was getting at, though. What I was getting at is that Gorbag right now only has a chance to stun people. So when he stuns them, then yeah, they're going to get extra damage done to them. But what about the targets that don't get stunned? If you put the madness on him, well, now you also have a chance to inflict madness on people. And so whether they get hit with madness or they get stunned, they're getting, bonus damage done to them. And having both abilities available to you doubles the chances that you're going to be inflicting someone with something. And Grima, he pretty well guarantees madness rolls. He's not one that you would need to double up on stuns and madness to make more effective. But I do think Gorbag could actually use that helping hand. What is in the new Season 2 chest? Can you review it, please? Madam. So, in this? I mean, it's the same as what it used to be. Oh, or do you mean the Wizard's Guidance one? Because this one, yeah, this is new. This gives you a chance at Imrahil or Eladan. But you can also, I believe, pull any of these commanders. But it is a good, focused, special chest. Ah, okay, yes. Oh, I thought that came in from Cody. I glanced at it quickly and I saw Corey Edwards. Looked like I must have seen the D from Edwards and read Corey at the same time, and it looked like Cody to me. Hi Corey Edwards. Thank you for joining the stream. And yes, Wizard's Guidance gives you a chance at either Imrahil or Eladan, or like I said, I believe any of these other commanders from an invite. All right, Legolas, where are you at? Oh, he's at level 19 now. Gotta get him to level 20. Oh, and he's gonna do that in one tile, actually. So, handy. Handy dandy. Yeah, not a problem, Corey Edwards. Or I guess I can just call you Corey too. That'd probably work. Any other questions? Feel free to ask. Happy to answer whatever I can, if I can. I think I started to mention this earlier and then got kind of sidetracked. Cody, you might be interested in this though, because it goes back to the conversation we had before about like a bias toward the good units. I was gathering footage earlier for a new video on special unit locations, and I noticed that I was spending a whole lot of time on this side of the map. And that really bugged me. The war beasts are located in Daggerlad. And really, these are the only new unit that the evil factions over here have available to them. Although, I mean, I guess, and this is something I did talk about the last time these conversations were people were getting into them, is that, you know, yes, Mordor and Rune only have Fell Beasts and Mumakills at the time. And at the time, Isengard and Angmar really only had Barrow Wights to go after as special units. So now I guess, because the Dunlandings are located down here in Durin's Vale, which I find a little weird. Like, Isengard should be able to get them pretty easily. But Angmar is going to have a bit of a time obtaining these guys. The big issue I have, though, is that the good factions did not need this located right on their front door. I really like this ability. I think this is great. I think this is a terrible, terrible, terrible ability being located right where it is. The fact that the strongest factions, like arguably the strongest factions in the game right now, because they're made up of the biggest groups, do have access. We have 3 of those good factions as opposed to 2 evil factions that have access to the Dunlandings and are going to be able to attack people through their protections. That's not going to make the evil side, that's not going to make things any easier for the evil side. If Isengard doesn't manage to get up here and take Durin's Vale over early and keep control of it, if the elves get control of this, or what is this, Linden? Arnor. If either Arnor or Loth get control of this before Isengard does, it's gonna be a nightmare dealing with these things. This is a big edge that the evil factions need, I think, in order to succeed this season. But if we have to fight against these things, oh man, it's gonna be a nightmare. A straight up nightmare. Yeah, Syntax. The devs really do love the elves, I think. But hey. On RP, Cody, I have a feeling they're going to be restricted to evil recruitment only. I would hope they would. But it seems like those restrictions all got removed for these servers. Yeah, because there's no restriction as to who can recruit these units. And just for completeness sake, if we go over to Mamakill, they have also lost their restriction as to who can recruit them. So now on mixed servers, anyone can recruit anything. Which, yeah, that's cool. But yes, I believe on RP servers, those restrictions should all be back in place. And I'm hoping that the Dunlandings are restricted to the evil faction. At that point, it's going to be a non-issue, and that will be a huge benefit to evil players. Having that ability to attack through protections. All right. I do need to take a quick break here. We've been like right into the conversation tonight, which has been great. But I need to hit the washroom. I'm just going to be perfectly honest about that. And I want to get some water. I had this energy drink thing going, and but I think I need some water. Yes, the evil only. Awesome. Would still be rough for us as Mordor to get there, though. Yeah. It definitely would be. Would not be an easy trek. And that's something, I think they just need to scrap this idea of trying to place special units in, like, lore-specific locations. Just spread them the hell out. Like, make it fair. Because it is absolutely ridiculous that only certain factions can effectively recruit certain units. You know, like Lyndon and Arnor. Does anyone ever expect them to actually recruit a Mamakill? Or Mordor, or, you know, to recruit Dunlandings? They just need to spread the stuff out more. There's no need for it to be so restricted. But as I said, I am going to hit that transition button, and we will return in just a few moments once I get myself some water, hit the washroom. Anyone else that needs to do the same, this is a great time to do so. But we do have another quote from Sun Tzu, as well as an interesting fact about spam. So, yeah, check that out, and we will return. Transition. transition. Oh, I should probably queue up the live screen and then hit the transition button. That'll work a little better, now won't it? We are back. How is it going? I was just reading over some of the comments, and that's unfortunate, Torment, that you weren't able to get Kiroon to perform very well for you. Because I mean, I've seen Kiroon do pretty well, making use of his stuns and his heals. Funny, I'm actively not recruiting in this warband, and I'm getting new members anyway. I mean, that was my recruitment message. So, I mean, maybe just putting the message out there, you know, it gave the wrong idea anyway. But I figured good for a laugh. Alrighty, Mr. Legolas. Where is another 90? We want another 90. We're looking for stone or a forest. A bigger forest than that. That'll do. Oh, I had some down here, eh? Could have just moved over this way. An hour with AJ is a bad hour. I'm glad you fixed that there. I was gonna say, like, oh boy, has it gotten that bad? David Moore, how's it going? Best commanders for getting draw is Radagast and Gandalf with Iron Warrior stacks. Arwen is the queen of draws as well. Mistype. It happens. Yeah, Arwen, you can't count out Arwen when talking about the best commanders for draws. She can do really well herself. So much open space. Tiles below 130 aren't all taken. Yeah, this is one of the other reasons I didn't want to go with the big Arda group this time. I remember last season what a hassle it was. I did not have to go all the way up there. I remember what a hassle it was trying to find tiles if you didn't have every minute of every day to hunt them down. Then yeah, it became really hard, really quick. She does actually have a stun. I don't know what you mean Arwen doesn't have a stun. Where is it here? Yeah, River's Wrath. Focus damage. And at rank 1, it's a 57% chance of being stunned for 1 round. So there is your complete damage mitigation. And that's against all enemies too. So, yeah. And that's one of those ones that because it's a 57% chance at the first point, it's worth it just putting 1 point into it. and you get over a half, you get over a 50-50 chance to stun all your enemies whenever that goes off. So I'm just saying, David Moore, that she does have a stun. Again, I try and be very accurate with that kind of information. And so if somebody says that Arwen doesn't have a stun, I'm going to make sure I let them know that, she does. And yes, it's only, it only goes off twice. But that's 2 instances. If it does stun them both times, that's 2 instances of complete damage mitigation. So yes, it's not, the stunning isn't as great as other people. But I mean, her heals are what get her there in that case. Yeah, I mean, Gandalf with his stuns, he's just a draw machine. And then, yeah, Radagast with his, he gets the increased heal, and what has he got? Damage reduction and stuff like that. And he's got, stuns as well, so. Thing is, they don't really do as well if they run into stun immunities, though. I have found Radagast to be the best if they aren't using heal block champs. I have watched my Radagast hit 30 draws. Nice. Rainbow Pit just found out some Arnor dudes stole your Ent camp that was on the no fight zone, and he also destroyed your fort. Go get him. Can't stand for that. Have you put equipment on all your champs, even the ones you don't use, and gotten the affinity to 100%? No. I've put equipment on champions that I have been using, but I haven't geared out all of the commanders yet because I don't know what I'll be swapping in and out, and so most of the time I try and wait to get the affinity up until I know that they've got the equipment that they're going to be using pretty much till endgame. And like, this is all the gear that Arwen had on last time, so she's just getting it all on now. And Cody, that is a great point. I think that's ridiculous that the Red Book doesn't reset. Being account bound is really stupid for that thing. There were so many reasons that people needed the Red Book. I know so many people that wouldn't have made it to Main Hall 10 without it, pretty much. It will save you many, many soldiers, even when you take level 1 tiles. Even a green item will save you soldiers. No, I know that, David Moore, and that's why I put equipment on the commanders that I am using. But I'm not going to bother putting gear on commanders that I'm just not even putting on the field. And I'm not going to get their familiarity with a piece of gear to 100% if I'm then going to end up swapping that piece of gear to another commander at some point. So I think the worst part on the Red Book is that people weren't even asking for new content. Exactly. Well, like, there were people. I had seen a number of suggestions that the Red Book needed to be longer. But yeah, like, that wasn't a necessary thing. It would have been nice. But at bare minimum, we should have been able to redo it. Yeah, like, I don't know if we flood the suggestions page, if they'd be able to flip a switch or just do an update and basically reset it. Because I still think they should. If we go this whole season without the red book, that's going to be pretty ridiculous. They mentioned throughout Season 2 they will have a Red Book replacement, a way to give supplements for free-to-play players. I hadn't... Where... I must have missed that in one of the posts that they put out, because I didn't see anything about a Red Book replacement. I think they should add chapters in addition each season. Do you not use those other soldiers to take low-level tiles? I use my alt commanders to take connectors. No. I mean, now I probably will be. But I wasn't before. I wasn't really using connectors. I hunt down connected tiles. As you see here, like I'll go out of my way to find tiles that already have connections made. And that way I don't need to use extra pathers. I do agree with your idea, David, that if they're not going to reset the Red Book, they should at least add chapters each season. It's going to be tough getting to Main Hall 10 without Red Book rewards, indeed. It's going to slow us all down, that's for sure. Just want to be able to get RSS from somewhere that isn't gathering. Yep. I also think that people didn't do it last season will have an unfair advantage when starting the new season. You think people that didn't do the Red Book last season will have an unfair advantage starting the new season? I think it's the A New Journey event. Is that something in here? No? Is it an actual event coming up? No, I don't know. A New Journey. Oh. I mean, they give you absolute shit. Like, there's one good commander to choose from here. That's hilarious. So they finally give a way to actually just choose a free commander. And all the options they give you, other than Gothmog. And I mean, even Gothmog, he's not a great choice. He's just the best of these options. Like, what the hell? God, I really hate the devs. I'm just going to come right out and say it now. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I hate the devs. I do not like them. I think they're a bad development team. I don't think they actually care about us as players. Like, this feels like a slap in the face answer to the suggestion that I saw pouring in for people to have any kind of love given to free-to-play. Like, at least give people good fucking options. Like, seriously, you're good. The good commanders are useless. Ooh, Frodo and Sam. Wow. So great. Like, Denethor is a complete useless tit. There's no reason to invest any points in Denethor, in my opinion. Frodo and Sam are Frodo and Sam. Like I said, Gothmog is okay. He can be pretty decent. He's got Grand. And AjMcGamer is very situational. He can work okay with ranged units, but like he's not anything great. What a fucking waste. And I do know that unknown user, but if you had been around like in all the betas gave me so much hope that these guys were going to be different. There's so much about this game that says to me when it started, the idea was to be different than all those other pay to win shit games out there. And because like the fact that you can't speed up your unit conscription, the fact that you can't speed up forts, the restrictions that they put in place really made me feel like, okay, these guys are doing something different and they don't just care about the money. But as the betas kept going and going, and as, you know, through season 1 and now seeing some of the stuff that I'm seeing, I'm just losing any hope or faith that I had. Because now it's getting to the point where they're making it look like they're answering suggestions and giving people what they want, but they're doing it in such a shit way. In such a bad way. Like, if you're gonna give people free stuff, you don't need to give them tier 3s, but God, give them decent commanders. And if that is their replacement for the Red Book this season, it's a terrible replacement for it too, because you're getting Matham coins, but I know maybe the Matham coins are gonna turn into gear. But like there was a lot of other rewards that you got from the Red Book. You know, resources was the main thing. Everyone's talking about the resources. There's no resources in here. We still don't know what this raw mithril is for. God damn it. Yeah, I'm just getting less and less impressed with this game every time I see a change that they make. I'm starting to dread updates. You know, in that sense, David Moore, I totally agree with you. Like, they are getting a commander, and any commander is better than no commander, and it will allow them to path and things like that. The problem is that they're going to get the commander, and if they don't know any better, they're going to invest in the commander thinking that, ooh, I can use this commander late game as part of my army. When really they can't. If you're running Denethor or Frodo and Sam, you know, unless you know how to run AjMcGamer, you can't really run those guys effectively in an army. They are pathers. They are off commanders. And you could still give them a commander to fill that slot, but at least make them a viable commander for something other than just pathing. That's my issue with it, is that, like, sure, it's a free commander, but that's the only good thing about it. There's nothing else you can do with those commanders than use them as pathers, really. Like I said, Gothmog is the exception. He's got some decent stuff that he brings to the table. Yeah, like I said, I'm happy to see that they've finally given something. You know, it's, as I said, it's better than nothing. But it feels more to me like a slap in the face answer to the question people were asking, or the suggestion that people had. When people were saying, you know, you should give free-to-play players, you know, more love, or give them something they can use, or make their time a little easier. I don't think anyone meant, you know, hey, give us Denethor or Frodo and Sam. And again, I'm not saying give them T3s, but, you know, maybe give them their choice of a T1. Or give them a tier 2 that you know people are using and like. You know, Aragorn, Camul, the commanders that they offer for purchases. You know, there are so many viable commanders that they could have chosen. But the ones they chose, I don't know. I don't like the options they gave. That's exactly it, Unamus. Yeah, you hit it on the head there. They're getting commanders other than Gothmog that are basically useless, though. Yeah, they could have given them someone like Lurtz. They could have even given them Ugluk, you know, the mini Lurtz. There's just Mouth of Sauron, Shadow. Any of them would have been better choices. I mean, at least it wasn't Grishnak. I'll silver lining. I will say that, okay? At least they didn't put Grishnak in there. For the good units, yeah, they chose probably the worst commander they could have chosen in Denethor. I can't think of another commander that would have been a worse pick to give people for free than Denethor. Yeah, like Frodo and Sam, they have more to offer than like Merry and Pippin do, but they're still not really great. I've never seen anyone brag about how well their Merry and Pippin do. Or their Frodo and Sam, sorry. I agree the choice of commander would be better because it would be good for all, but we need to have a serious reevaluation on our opinion of free users. They aren't stupid. Yeah, I'd like you to expand on that, David, because I mean, obviously, who do you mean by that is when you say they aren't stupid? Do you mean the free users aren't stupid? Because that's obvious. Or do you mean the devs aren't stupid? Because that one, I don't think that one's quite as obvious. I think they've shown a few examples of their stupidity. Yeah, but like the thing is that research, David Moore, that doesn't really help when it comes to if they do research, they're going to come to that same disappointment and realization of the commanders like Denethor and Frodo and Sam. You know, they're going to realize that, okay, well, maybe they have potential, like Frodo and Sam at Respect 5, and at that point, okay, that's better than, but again, like Denethor, it's like, if they do the research and find out, oh, this is actually a commander that is pretty well agreed upon by everyone to be the worst commander on the good factions, how can you feel good about that? It's like, yay, I got a free kick in the nuts. I mean, it's like, yeah, it was free. Why are you complaining? But I got kicked in the nuts. But it was free. You know, it's like, that's kind of what Denethor feels like to me. Oh my god, one of your free to play. Yeah, like that is a great example, Syntax. One of your free to play fellowship members even pulled Denethor and still doesn't use him because he's just that bad. That's not, I think you're kind of oversimplifying it there, Corey Edwards, because that's not, like I said, I mean, I don't think I didn't see anyone saying, you know, give us these specific commanders. But the thing that I have an issue with is just, if they're going to force options on you, at least make them decent options. Like, when we started the game in Season 1, you got your free commander for, like, the good factions, for example. You got your free commander, and then the next commander, you got a choice as to which of the 4 you wanted to unlock. You could get Dwalin, Boromir, Éowyn, or Faramir. Both Dwalin and Éowyn are really good choices. Before he got nerfed into the ground, Boromir was an amazing choice for free players. So I'm not coming at this from a place of unknowns. This is something they've done before. They've given us good free commanders in the past and gave us a choice. So it's like, why not just do that again? Why have you backpedaled and downgraded the option for free players to now crap options? Like I said, Éowyn is a very, very strong tier 1 commander for the good faction. Arguably one of the strongest. Or sorry, Haldir was one of the other options too. And so, I mean, you got Haldir, you've got Dwalin, you've got Éowyn. 3 really strong commanders that we all had an option to unlock for free. Didn't they give us evil players Khamûl? Yeah. He was, because they gave Khamûl for the evil factions to purchase and Aragorn for the good factions. On the evil side, you get Agzok, you get Khaldun for free, you get Gorbag for free. Like, you know, again, these are good commanders. So like I said, it's, if they're going to force options on people, at least make them valid options that they can use for, you know, multiple things in the game to some effect. And if you don't want to force options, then just give players the open choice. You know, like I said, whether it's a recruitment token or something where you just have a free token and you go in and say, here you go. That's going to give you all of the respect you need to unlock. And then, bam, it can be restricted to tier 1 commanders, and you take your pick. Whatever tier 1 you want, it's yours. And at least at that point, if you pick a crap commander, it was your choice. But I mean, picking one crap option out of 4 crap options, yeah, it's still your choice, but... And again, there I am simplifying that myself, because I've already said Gothmog himself isn't exactly a crap option, but... That's exactly what I was saying, you name it. It's like, it feels to me like somebody saying, you know, holding the sign out, free kick in the nuts. And it's like, but I'm going to get kicked in the nuts. Yeah, but it's free, so why are you complaining? Well, because I'm getting kicked in the nuts. I mean, just because it's free doesn't mean it's good. Look at it this way. A nerd picks up the game and says, oh, Frodo and Sam, and then realizes they are absolute F-tier commanders. Design is the problem. I won't argue with that, Corey Edwards. They do have some design issues, for sure. But again, it does kind of come back on them, because they would know that there are design issues. They know what the community thinks of Frodo and Sam. They can see the stats. They can see that they're not a heavily used commander. And so, you know, it takes 2 to tango in something like that, in my opinion. I don't think the devs fully get out of their responsibility on this one. And take into account roleplay servers won't even get to choose between 4. Well, Rainbow Pit, they might get to choose between 4 of the same faction. Like, you might have 4 good commanders or 4 evil commanders, as opposed to 2 and 2. Yeah, David Moore. I mean, like I said, I agreed with that point earlier when you said that, you know, the free player is getting a whole stamina bar that they can spend with that new commander, and that I agree with. But that's only good for pathing. That doesn't mean that that energy bar can be used in battle. It doesn't mean it can be used to take high level tiles. It doesn't mean it can be used for anything other than pathing guaranteed. And the fact that we've had people in here talking about specifically Denethor, one of the commanders offered, you know, saying that a free-to-play player pulled Denethor and still doesn't even use him as a pather because he just doesn't see the value in it. That says a lot right there. So, like I said, yes, I agree that having any commander is better than having no commander, just to continue taking certain tiles if you can, and to continue, you know, doing gathering or little things. But I'm not gonna say it's a good thing to give those commanders just to give them stamina bars, because any commander would give them a stamina bar. Other commanders would allow them to do so much more. That's what I'm saying, is like they've given them the most restrictive options. Again, yes, they have a stamina bar they can use, but that's not really going to benefit them late game. He has like 6 to 7 commanders, one of which is Denethor. He uses every single commander but Denethor. And like I said, you know, that right there, that is a huge statement to me. So, yep, and like you said, you know, for being able to do things like sweeps and gathering and all that, sure. Again, they will have that. But they're not gonna, that's not the important part of the game. It's something that can be done with any commander. Battles can only be won with good commanders, though. You can't win a battle with a crap commander if you're going up against a good commander. It's just not, Denethor is not going to win against, well, I was going to say Lurtz, but that's a terrible example. Like, I just can't see Denethor winning against even, I don't know, probably a Faramir. Or like a Gorbag, or like I'm trying to think of some subpar commanders that aren't the greatest. Sharku, Khaldun. Like, I just can't see Denethor beating any of them consistently. And so, what good is it if when push comes to shove and you're trying to do something that actually might save or progress your faction, if you're then reduced by that same commander again? The free commander is only so useful, is what I'm saying. I'm continuing on too much with it. I'm rambling now type thing, but I do agree that having the stamina bar is good for certain things. I'm not going to disagree with that. Because running out of stamina is the worst thing in the game. That's the only thing that actually halts your progress. And I've never said he's like, okay, maybe I was generalizing, and I've tried to stay balanced with that and say that, like, they have some use, obviously, in terms of pathing and what, but it's the major aspects that they're going to be lacking. And I mean, it's still, it's not going to take away from the fact that they could have given them much better options. Like, regardless of, again, like, because any commander would give them a stamina bar to do all the same stuff with. And so any options in terms of Azrukor, Frodo and Sam, and Denethor, any options would have been better than those options. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying any specific commanders by name, because, like I said, I'm not trying to peg them into certain things, but at least think about the players. It doesn't feel like any thought went into the commanders they offered. They just threw some darts at a board, and those were the 4 commanders, and they went, okay, sure, let's just give them to them. Nobody stopped and thought, well, are there better options? And who knows, maybe they got bigger fish to fry. I don't know, whatever. It just doesn't feel like that thought went into it. Like I said, there are so many better options. He has turned Denethor into tip commander. Okay. Hey, thank you very much for the subscription there, Corey. Well, thank you. Yeah, I've been enjoying tonight's conversations with everyone as well. It's been some really good ones, some really interesting stuff discovered. And, yeah, I mean, I apologize if some of my frustrations are coming out, but I've been trying to stay so positive and so hopeful for the game, because I was trying to help other people stay hopeful about it as well. But, oh God, I'm just... Every time, like I said, every time I see an update, my stomach drops a little bit, because it's like, how did they screw things up this time? Just feels like they're always doing damage control. They think they've done something good, and it turns out, no, you actually didn't think it through, and, you know, this aspect of it, everybody hates, and it's going to break your game. And so they go, okay, we'll go back to the drawing board, and we'll fix it. And they come back with a solution, and we're all like, okay, well, yeah, sort of. But, you know, what about this part? Like, oh, well, what about this? No. Okay, well, we'll do it this way then. It's like, okay, I guess that might work. We'll have to check it out. And like, I'm talking about the mixed and roleplay servers here now, because, you know, they came out with that. We all freaked out about it. They came back, said they were making the change. We were all unclear about the faction changes thing. They cleared that up. But now we're all wondering, okay, how much attention are you actually going to give the roleplay servers? Was it basically done as lip service, and you're going to try and, you know, kill them off? Or are they going to be maintained the same way as the mixed servers? There's still a lot of questions. So I'm not getting too much into that, though, until at least Monday, when 139 drops, and we can start to see what it looks like over there on a roleplay server. Yeah, they release patches that fix one thing but break 3 other things in the process. Affinity does not stay at 100%. Not if you switch out the gear. If you, like Legolas here, if I were to swap out this cutlass for this carver and then switch back, this cutlass would be at 0 affinity again. No, I'm right there with you, unknown user. I haven't wanted to verbalize that fear too much, but I've been very afraid of that. That they did the roleplay thing basically just to shut us up and make us think that, oh yeah, we've got your back, we're gonna take care of you. But in reality, they're gonna focus all their efforts onto the mixed servers, and they're basically gonna try and like shadow kill the roleplay servers. They're not gonna release as many patches, I don't think. They're not gonna update content as much. They're not going to provide, I don't know, I just don't think they're gonna provide as much to keep people engaged and entertained on the roleplay servers, in the hopes that people switch from roleplay servers over to mixed servers, and then they can go ahead and justify the whole mixed idea and say, well, look how popular our mixed servers are. Our roleplay servers are all dying or dead, so we're just gonna shut them all off and everyone can play mixed now. And it's like, well, yeah, you didn't give it the fair chance, but I think you are already seeing it. Look at the new hero releases. Not sure what you're getting at with that, though, unknown user. What do you mean, look at the new hero releases? I know if you switch gear, but does the affinity reset to 0 when everything else resets, or it stays at... Oh, no, affinity resets back down to 0 at the change of a season, because that's earned through in-game progression. Anything earned through in-game progression was reset. Anything you had the ability to pay for was kept. Well, like the extra characters, Evil actually got really decent commanders, finally. And we got a total of, we got Cat Lady, Angmar Lady, Zegrid. So what, Evil got 3. Good got 3 as well. So that was actually balanced finally. Nope, because we got Baruthiel. She was posted with the original 3 good commanders, but she actually is an evil commander. So yeah, we got 1, 2, 3 new commanders on the evil side. And on the good side, we got 1, 2, 3. And where, yeah, where, 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, so we got 3 on both sides. Yeah, like that, I was really happy to finally see a balanced something come out for both sides. We got 3 and 3, that was great. And the commanders they gave to the evil faction are actually really good. I'm also going to say that right now, you know. But, as I also mentioned, when I was taking a look at the special units, I noticed how much time I spent over on this side of the map hunting down special units as opposed to this side of the map. And that bothered me because we've got, like, just in this area alone, we've got hobbits, hobbit archers, and Bree riders. 3 special units that you can recruit all in this area. Isn't that lovely? And then they've got the Dunelandings right next door. So that's actually 4 special units all in this little area that Arnor has available to them. That's nice. That's really nice. They've also got the Barrow Whites lining all down here as well. So there's 5. There's Eagles over here. Bearmen are around here somewhere. Oh, that was Southern Anduin, or are they all over on this side now? I thought I saw one over on the other side, but maybe it was... Regardless, as I said, just for Arnor, there's like 5 units all in their vicinity that they can go after. So, and you know, on the evil side, yeah, we've got Mumakil that have been moved all over here. Mumakil aren't even found, I don't think. I couldn't find any down here. Maybe they're just scattered now. But all of the Mumakil camps that I was able to find were located in Horondor and southern Ithilien now. So it gives Gondor a pretty good chance of getting them. I think the War Beasts and the Fell Beasts can be found in Gorgoroth and like Daggerlad. And that's it. As far as special units for Rune and Mordor. You've got the Mumakils, the War Beasts, and the Fell Beasts. They had hobbits over there. They had Barrow Whites over there. Yeah, I just think it's way too congested over here. These two factions just need to go. This was a dumb idea as well. Like, I honestly don't know why they felt they needed to add those. They could have just moved something. They're so stuck on lore in terms of locations, but then they throw the lore out the window in other areas. Oh, seeing that commander thing, that new journey. That just emptied a whole box of salt into my mouth, it seemed. It's like, God, I got salty after seeing that. Like all the negative stuff I've been trying to hold back is coming out now. There's a lot of stuff that I'm not happy with about the game. And it's just because I've watched it degrade from where it was. It feels like it's going in the wrong direction. And I'm very sad about that. Oh, he needs a refill. Yeah, no, I'll agree. They didn't have any good or useful special units over there. They had, you know, as we said, hobbits and barrow wights. So, yeah, the options did suck. But now they've gone way too far the other way. It's funny, Wubto. So have I, actually. Like, I've played this game way more than I ever expected I would. And it's because I've been so hopeful for it. I enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it so much to this point, even through all the frustration. I was so hopeful for where it was going. That hope is fading, though. I will say that. I'm sad about that because it feels like I don't know. It's just frustrating. Okay, so these get built on tiles the same way you build forts. Light cavalry, bowman range, ranger, militia, horseman, hunter, horseback archer, warden, dwarven footman, axe thrower, goat rider stable. Okay, so I wonder if you'll build this and then you upgrade it to get the tier 3 unit. 4 levels away from being able to find out. 1 level away from being able to find out. Ring level 15. And I get to build an embassy. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Wubto. They suckered me in with the Lord of the Rings, and to be honest, it's the community that I, became friends with that has kept me coming back. When I left the beta the first time, I didn't know if I'd come back for the second beta. And then as it got closer and closer, we all started talking on Discord again, and it was like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna jump in and join the guys again. And so, yeah, I was really happy to get back into it. And like I said, I've had hope and faith that it would be a great game to continue playing for a few years. So we'll still see where it goes. Any news on Mordor warband name? I don't think so, actually. I don't think I saw a whole lot of suggestions come out on the Discord. I still don't know. I mean, I had originally said I would use Swan again. So what? Awesome name. That's what our warband name was in the last beta when we were the Mordor Swan. And since Crown is joined up with, well, yeah, he's not even going to be on the roleplay server, so it's not like there's going to be a Gondor Swan to compete with. So I mean, if he's not going to be around to keep the Swan name going, then it may just be Swan again. So what? Awesome name. And I mean, it's become an older inside joke now, but I mean, it's because the original Swan for Gondor was named Swan Connery. And I personally thought that was an awesome name. Keep looking for more 90s because he's not quite at a 130 yet. Where the hell did he even go? Ugh. All right. We'll go with this one here. No, we will have to use a pather for this one. So we'll go with, that's a level 4. That's a little overkill, but whatever. Where'd it go? Oh god, where'd it go? Right there. Way overkill. Ah, whatever. It'll get the job done. Swan Connery, exactly. Like I said, awesome name. And I also found out afterwards, it completely coincidence, I guess, but did you know that, like a group of swans is called a Connery? It's a Connery of swans. I didn't know that. Fun fact of the day number 2 right there. That's why the warband description will just simply be the question, have you ever been rushed by a Connery of swans? I guess these are all new commanders. Have they shown the talent builds for them also? Anyone good? Imrahil is going to be really good, in my opinion. He may even be better than Theo for mounted units. So he's got the ally tree here, which provides a heal. Reinforcement, which provides a bigger heal. He's got this title down here, the Fair, which is really interesting. He's going to deal physical damage against one enemy. But on the next round, all allied units gain initiative. And at max level, he gains an extra 5 experience from battle. He's got Cleave over here, modified by his speed stat. And then Brawler to increase his damage against melee units. At Respect 3, he gets the Air Tree. So he's got that stacking defense buff. Gallant up here for his might and speed. And then Nobility to increase men damage even more. But then the real magic, I think, happens at Respect 5. Mounted units are going to gain 15 speed, plus gain Madness and Stun immunity. And then at max level, And like you would only need 1 point into this for it to be really good, because 1 point gets you the stun and madness immunity. But if you max it out, you get the extra 15 speed, plus your horsemen, knights, cataphracts, and swan knights all get 6 extra HP. That is huge. He gets the mounted combat skill here, so his mounted units are going to deal additional, or have a chance to deal additional damage on hit. And then coalition, so your men and elves have a chance to cause maximum damage with their attacks. I mean, there's not really anything I can look at on this guy and say it's bad. He's just a great commander. I know it is, Syntax. I really know that. But honestly, when I checked him out last night, that was my very first thought, was just like, this guy might actually be a better mounted commander than Theo. Mainly for this. Getting the stun and madness immunity, that's going to help so much against so many commanders. You know, the extra speed, the extra HP. You got to heal. You're gaining initiative. Can deal maximum damage. I mean, there's just so many good things about this guy. Man, he's a good commander. I would definitely suggest that you name us. I don't think you will be upset about that choice at all. Because the thing is, I'm saying he's going to be a better commander for mounted units than Theo. The big thing, though, is he's much more versatile than Theo. Because, you know, most of these bonuses don't apply to strictly mounted units. This is the only one that, these two, I think, yeah. These two are the only ones that apply to mounted units specifically. All the rest apply to either men and elves or all allied units or your army or whatever. And so you don't have to run him with all mounted units the same way you do Theo. You know, Rohirrim, mounted units. Airwood Leader, mounted units. Horsemaster, army, but mounted units. So it's not like you can actually run other non-mounted units on a Theo and hope to improve your performance. You know, if you run anything but mounted units on Theo, it's a downgrade. Whereas Imrahil, he's the best of both worlds. So, yeah, I think he's going to be absolutely bonkers eventually. Eladan here, he's interesting. This one I think is weird. And Cody, if you're still with us, this is another great example of why I hate the variances on these kind of skills. See if you can, so against 2 targets, deals 6.6 to 23.3% physical damage. At max level, minimum damage increased to 150% of base. What? You know, like, so is this 150% applying to these numbers? And is it applying to whatever roll it gets? Is it applying to, like, you know, why did it need to be a variance? Just pick the average. Oh, and yes, yeah, exactly. Minimum. No, it's minimum damage. It's not minimum. And I do understand it. It's saying that the 150 is the new, but I don't think that's the case, because it's not saying that minimum damage increased to 150%. It's saying minimum damage increased to 150% of base. So whatever the base damage is, gets multiplied by 150%. It doesn't set it to 150. Minimum. Jesus. Oh, and did you guys know that Aragorn the Second is actually or King Aragorn is actually female? Where were we able to find this out? Yesterday, or was it yesterday? I think maybe we found this out. Was it in here that we had to? Yes. So if you come to Galadriel, and check this new relationships tab. Oh, somebody from the development team had to have been watching. They had to have been watching because I made a bit of a joke about this. This said daughter-in-law. Well, if you check my stream from last night, this said daughter-in-law. Oh man. I like, of all the things they act quickly on. You know, there have been so many areas where they drag their feet. But no, they mislabel King Aragorn as a female, and somebody points it out. Oh my god, that's changed within 24 hours. Like I said, it is captured on stream. I'm not making it up. You can go take a peek. It was put there as daughter-in-law, and I thought that was hilarious. You know, the fact that Aragorn II is Arwen's lover, but King Aragorn is her husband. That was pretty funny. But then, yeah, the fact that Aragorn III was Galadriel's daughter-in-law. I thought, oh, well, maybe that's why Aragorn II is Arwen's lover then. Yeah. Did you just assume her gender? Don't be a bigot. He was trying out his transition. It didn't go very well. I mean, yes, I guess I totally did. I totally assumed King Aragorn was a man. You know, maybe because he wasn't called Queen Aragorn. Just, there are times when the assumption is warranted, okay? So it's your fault I got that 2-second patch this morning? Probably. If wow. I would love, like, I know it's probably crazy coincidence. But I mean, that's going to be my story going forward, is that I caught that live on stream, made a joke about it, and the devs immediately jumped in and fixed it. Assuming gender? Well, yeah, there was the joke made up here by David Moore that I just assumed Aragorn's gender because I was making the whole joke about it. And then, as I said, in that case, yes, I clearly was assuming his or her gender because, you know, the name of the character is King Aragorn. And you cannot be a king if you are a woman. If you're a woman in that position, you're a queen. So, like, the fact that he was King Aragorn, it kind of makes the assumption that he's a male warranted. That's seriously not a conversation that I actually want to get into because I would get canceled so hard if we got into those conversations. Moving on, though. Thinking a king is a man is pretty biased? Not really, that's just historical. That's just like dictionary definition. You ever seen a female king? I've never seen a female king. I knew you were just screwing around. At least I was 99% sure you were, which is why I batted it back around. But yes, let's. Sharp right hand turn. I I try and stay away from like the political stuff and the gender stuff and because I've actually thought about starting, I don't have time for it right now anyway, but I had thought about starting basically a rant channel to have those discussions because, oh man, I could talk about that kind of stuff all day. But I don't really want to associate that stuff with, you know, this channel, just in case I do push the envelope a little bit. So I have, King Arthur / Saber from Fate Stay Night, but even that I found really weird. Watch now, tomorrow they will correct minimum. I might pop in and check that. Maybe she was protesting the Patreon. You know, David Moore, I hadn't thought about that. Maybe she was. Should we just refer to King Aragorn as a she now, just in case? And just to bug the devs, start going into the Discord page and be like, so King Aragorn looked really good in her new whatever. Or, I've been using King Aragorn and she performs really well. That would be hilarious. It's for sure an interesting talk, but to do it on this channel is not the right move. Exactly, unknown user. I'll join the rant channel. I have very strong opinions to share. Hey, all right, maybe I got to get to work on that then, and figure out. I don't know. Maybe I can do like a once a month thing or something, and put it somewhere else. Or I don't know. We'll figure it out. Cause yeah, there's other people that want to have those discussions. I'm always up for those discussions. There's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about in the world these days. So it'll go on the it'll go in the notebook on the notepad. Aragorn, the Queen of Men. Oh God. Oh, what have we done? What have we done? Aragorn used to be such a cool character. I think we just killed him. I'm pretty sure Aragorn just became the most uncool character in Lord of the Rings. Funniest. But, yeah, I don't know. What? How did you lose? How did he lose stamina? I thought he still had enough. I definitely agree to not have it linked to this channel, though. Way too many sensitive people nowadays, indubitably. I mean, one of the things that I like to use as like a gauge for that kind of stuff, like I grew up listening to George Carlin as a comedian, okay? So that's kind of where my bar is set in terms of like offensiveness, or what I find acceptable. And like George Carlin could not have a career these days. He was one of the greatest comedians to ever live. And most of the great comedians of our time, or just before, like Lenny Bruce, Richard Pryor, George Carlin, even Eddie Murphy, the majority of those comedians, see, I'm now getting into the discussion that should be for the rant channel, but I'll finish the thought. Most of those comedians couldn't have successful careers these days. But again, sharp right hand turn, and weather's been crap here today too. It was gray and it was cold and windy and snowing, or trying to at least, and yeah, I hope other people's weather has been good. We can be YouTube buddies, AJ, and every time they put a strike on you, we can sing the YouTube song. It's the Thunder song from Ted, just about YouTube. Nice. How you feel about the Amazon Prime series coming out for LOTR? I think it's going to be great. I'm really interested in the story that they're going to be telling and the characters they introduce. So clouds are fun. You've had great weather the last 3 weeks, unknown user. Had to work, so I refuse to complain about cold or clouded. Very glad. I barely got any rain. I work outside, so yeah. Oh yeah, have you still not heard of the Wheel of Time? Well, yeah, you told me about it. I haven't gone. I haven't done the independent research on it yet. Like I haven't just looked it up and actually read about it. Because you had also mentioned, I think it was you that was telling me about this like a while back, that it was a book series, right? Because I'd also meant to put it on like my to read list and head to chapters and take a peek for it. But I haven't been up to chapters for another book run yet, so... I'm glad someone said, F this a good lore, and it shall be done. Exactly. Can I just say they have completely destroyed all my hopes and dreams about a Wheel of Time movie. They have done such a terrible job and made it so woke. I am afraid for the LOTR they are doing. Oh. So David Moore, it sounds like you and Cody could have a conversation about Wheel of Time then. Wubto, it's one of the best book series ever. Okay, so like there's more and more people suggesting this Wheel of Time thing. I definitely got to get to chapters and check out this Wheel of Time series. Because like I'm pretty sure it got suggested to me when I mentioned about being into like fantasy and high fantasy. You know, I was into Dragonlance and R.A. Salvatore. Those are the two big... Because, I mean, anyone that's read either of those worlds knows that they're both huge. And, you know, you could just read books about either of those universes forever. But yeah, those basically took up all my reading when I was a kid. Was either Dragonlance or R.A. Salvatore. Well, the LOTR already sounds stupid because they said there is going to be Asian and hobbits of color. Did Tolkien specifically say that hobbits were Caucasian? You know, like something like turning Gandalf female. Yeah, that I don't think changes like that ever need to be made. You know, Gandalf is an old man in the books, so depict him as an old man. But something like the Hobbits thing, that's where I do ask a question that, like, did he ever specify that every Hobbit that ever existed was what we would call Caucasian? You know, or was the possibility open for Asian Hobbit? Well, no, because I guess if they all came from the Shire, then that's generally what dictates. But I mean, I don't know. If Tolkien didn't specifically say that they were all, that there couldn't be at least hobbits of color, I don't know, the Asian hobbits thing, that's because then maybe they'd have to be from, you know, like the Eastern. But I don't know. I don't see why hobbits of color is an issue. Yeah, I do get what you mean, what you're saying there, Wubto. Like they're just, because that's one of my issues with the new woke culture as well, is just forcing this stuff in where it has no place, just to fall under the politically correct banner. Look at the Ghostbusters movie. You know, everyone, yeah, let's reboot Ghostbusters and let's take every one of them and make them female because we can. You know, let's take, what was it? Suicide Squad. Harley Quinn was really popular, so let's give her her own movie and fill it with a bunch of other female heroes because rah rah. And it's like, these are both female-led movies. that just didn't do very well. And it wasn't because they were led by females, it's because that was the only focus on the movie. They didn't actually focus on making good movies. They just counted on the fact that, oh, well, we're following the norm, so we're going to sell tickets. It's like, well, you still got to make a good friggin' movie. If the original Ghostbusters hadn't been written and directed well, it wouldn't matter how well Dan Aykroyd, Sam Raimi, the other, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids guy, all the Ghostbusters. I'm blanking on the other two, but it wouldn't matter how well they acted in the movie if the movie itself was bad. And so yeah, changes like, making Gandalf a female just because. Wasn't it good enough that he was gay? Doesn't everyone remember the joke after Ian McKellen came out, Gandalf the gay? I mean, see, that's going to get me canceled right there. I can already tell. It was the joke at the time, and I'm making a good point, am I not? I mean, like, Gandalf, the actor that played him, came out as gay, and so, like, that's another big thing these days. But so why does he all of a sudden need to be female, too? Bring in a female Maya, or Maiar, or whatever. We got Galadriel. It's not like they don't have strong female characters in Lord of the Rings. Friggin' Éowyn killed the Witch King. Oni Beej, how's it going? Bill Murray, oh my god. How the hell did I blank on Bill Murray? Oh my god. I feel terrible about that. And I still can't remember Honey, I Shrunk the Kid. Like, Honey, I Shrunk... His name is right there because he was also Doug McKenzie. The guy. Oh no, Rainbow Pit. We were just commenting on, somebody was mentioning that in the Lord of the Rings series, somebody had heard that they might be switching Gandalf to a female. And we just kind of got on the topic of some of these changes being made for the sake of change, not because they're necessary or good. And I just ended up using the example of the Ghostbusters reboot. Where they rebooted it, replaced all the actors with females, and just expected that to sell the movie, but they forgot to actually write a good movie or direct a good movie. It had nothing to do with the actors or whatever. They just didn't have a good script or a good movie to work with. But they just figured casting all females would sell enough tickets. Ian McKellen Ian, because he's not dead yet. Ian McKellen is awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna watch I want to see that LOTR series more for the story they tell, as opposed to the, I don't know, like the props they use to tell it, I guess. And yes, in that vein, I'm talking about the actors and everybody as props. But I care more about the story itself, as far as, what new information they bring. Or how they tell information that we already know, as opposed to who they've got playing the roles. I hear Eowyn was supposed to have very showing armor or something. I don't know. Might have just been a meme. Worst part is that they are kind of good actresses. Yeah, Rainbow Pit. You know, there's been some of them that I enjoy, because I know Melissa McCarthy was one, and she's done some okay things. She's also had the movies that she makes with her husband are all terrible. I will say that. Like, Melissa McCarthy just has got to stop hiring her husband as I think it's a director that he does. God, every one of those movies are terrible. But yeah, there were some of those female comedians that, like, they've got good chops, good comedic chops. And that's why I'm saying, like, it wasn't the fact that they cast female actors in the role. It had nothing to do with that. Even the original 4 actors would have had a hard time making that movie work because they just didn't write it well. And that's where I find the issue comes in, is that they think they can just do the politically correct thing, yet they forget to follow through on whatever the other part of said thing is, whether it's a movie, a game, a show, a book, whatever. Like, they sacrifice the core of the thing to make sure they've pleased the majority of the audience. And yeah, it's going to be about the Second Age as far as I had heard. And that's, like I said, why I was really interested in the story that they were going to tell with it and how they were going to tell it. Because I think there's a lot of really interesting information that they can pull. Holy ad. What? How many? One Beach. How crazy was the ad? Because I thought I had it set that it would only run, I think, like 2 30-second ads, or maybe 1 or 2. Yeah, 1 or 2 30-second ads every like 45 minutes or something, which I think that was like the minimum that I could set. But if it's going crazier than that, let me know. I'll have to take another look at it. Imagine Bezos is Monway. I can. That's the sad thing. I can totally see it. Oh, God. That's terrible. Oh, the way they casted Witcher. Yeah. Did not like how they introduced magic. I didn't actually watch the Witcher series myself, so. Or Iluvatar, or whoever the main guy. Yeah, I think it's Iluvatar. But I get what you mean, yeah. Bezos is going to come in and just be God. Yeah, it ends up being just empty political correctness. That in turn just ends up giving more fuel to all the people saying that yeah, it's a cycle. It played 2 ads, but it scared the shit out of you. Sorry about that. Okay, I guess I don't think I have any control over how scary they are. Thunderstruck Mitsubishi Outlander ad. Yeah, okay, I guess out of nowhere that would be a little jarring, eh? I got 2 ads, and then like a min later got 2 ads again. What? That's crazy. Was that at the beginning of the stream, Wubto? Or was that just recently? Yeah, that is something I'm still having to keep an eye on, and because I'm still new to how to actually like run ads effectively or whatever. I just tried to minimize them so that they weren't crazy intrusive. But it sounds like I still got some work to do. Hey man, if you don't watch those ads, how is Bozos going to almost get to space a second time? Exactly, David Moore. Like, we gotta, maybe he'll take me with him. I don't know. It's just weird how they, in the show, strengthen their magic with life force, which is something totally not in the game. Hey, unknown user. You are a rock star, man. Gifting out those subs. See, I can actually hear the alert going off now. So I can be all up to date on alerts. And yeah, thank you so much for gifting out. We got a gifted sub to Solo Various and a gifted sub to, is that RL Meds? You are a rock star, unknown user. I'll never get him out of my head saying, wait, what? Cavill is what Vigo is to Aragorn. Oh, no, it was literally like a few minutes ago. Huh? I was trying to get caught up and I think I missed something. Taking all the first rank emotes. Not on season 2 on my main, so I won't get views. Yeah, I'm not sure if too many people would be unanimous. Thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, I mean, because you would still get views from new players. There's always going to be new players joining the game that you'll be able to provide info for. Really unknown user it is. I actually thought we had a decent amount of streamers for this game now and content creators. AJ, you need to set up a PO box. If you set one up, I will send you both the Sturm and Karaman Raceland series. Oh, the Karaman Raceland series. That's the War of the Twins series, right? Because that's one of my absolute favorite trilogies. The Sturm series. Yes, I had seen you mention something about Dragonlance up here, and then I missed it. But yeah, the Sturm series, I don't think I had actually read. But yeah, the Karaman Raceland series, if it's not the War of the Twins series, and it's a different one, let me know. Otherwise, the War of the Twins are like I think my 3 favorite Dragonlance books. My God, I love those 3 books. When Lord Soth bows to Raceland, it's just like, so good. Well, Tricky Tan, thank you very much for joining us this evening. It was great to have you with us. Please keep the talk of Queen Aragorn to a minimum. Will do. Will do. I hope they never fix minimum, to be honest. I love that one. Maybe it's changed since then. But I remember there are moments when 0 streamers play this game. Wow. Now, I'm wondering if we have less streamers and just more content creators, like more people making videos than they are streaming. Because, like, I know I stream, the 2 nights a week. King Dead streams quite often. I think Ijubu streams. Yeah, off the top of my head, that's about all I can think of now that I think about it. So that just shows the game doesn't have enough streamers covering it. There's like 7 streamers that have decent viewers and make YouTube videos, but only 2 or 3 actually have decent game knowledge. Most give misinformation and detrimental advice. That is very true on AjMcGamer. I've had some issues with some of the information I've seen going out. But the game is new, so we're all learning, and I don't hold it against them. Well, to be fair, I'm talking about Twitch only. Aha, okay. And that, it does make sense though. Totally forget YouTube streaming is also a thing. Yeah, some of the tips are so bad. I've watched some of the videos and just been like, what are you talking about? And it's sad because, like, I've wanted to remake all of my old beta videos, all of the stuff that I had made. But oh my god, I've never been, I'll be open and honest and transparent about this. Like, I've just never been great at balancing multiple things, like multiple projects in terms of, like, you know, work, being a dad, streaming, creating videos. It's just, it got to be a little too much a few weeks ago, which is why I had to drop the Monday streams. And now I'm trying to work gathering footage and editing videos into the schedule again. I just need to find the right ways of doing it. I can't seem to incorporate the stream footage into videos because I don't want to ignore chat. I'll just be honest about that. When I'm streaming, like, I don't stream to talk to myself or watch myself. I stream to engage with all of you. And so if I'm streaming, I don't want to then say, well, I'm going to ignore you all for 45 minutes while I record some footage. You know, it's if I'm recording something, because I tried this with the tier lists. If I'm recording something and I see a question come in, it's really hard for me not to answer it. Or if I see a comment come in that I want to respond to, it's very hard not to respond to it. But then that makes editing a nightmare. And so it's like, no, I just need to do what I did this morning before work. And like, okay, I want to make a new video on unit locations. Just hop in the damn game, hit the record button, and record some footage. And then edit it on Sunday. So, like I said, I'm still trying to, because I've been feeling really down. I've just been feeling I haven't been able to keep up the level that I had started with the channel. And yeah, I've felt really, and like Cody, I mean, I still plan on doing a patron only stream this month, but I think Monday's like the last day that I'm gonna have to do it and still get it in November. So but to be honest, Patreon's even something I've been thinking of just stopping, because I don't feel like I'm providing value to the patrons that they couldn't get for free just by coming to the streams type thing. Like, I'm actually at the point where I feel bad. You know, I just, yeah, I don't know. I've been having to really, I don't know, reevaluate how I'm gonna like run the channel type thing. I still want to do it. I'm still motivated to do it. It just feels like I need like I said, a reevaluation of how it's gonna work. So, a little behind the scenes peek into things there, and where my mind's been at, and you know, why things have been a little bit more up and down lately, I guess. Exactly, Cody. Like, God, would you guys all just stop bothering me while I'm streaming? Jeez. No, like I said, Cody, that's what, like, I realized at one point that I could just make that choice and use stream time and record some stuff, but I don't know, it's just, there's a huge part of me that it's just like such an instinct when I see the questions and comments come in that I go to answer them. I don't even think about the fact that, oh, but I'm recording right now or trying to make a video right now. It's Thank you, Cody. I really that's the kind of stuff I need to hear on that side of it, because I've heard it from Kaz. Said the same thing, that he was basically giving me general support and he wasn't in it for the extras. So I think maybe I just need to readjust those tiers and just add like the general support thing in there. As long as you feel like I'm providing you value, that's the main part. You know, my own insecurities type thing are what they are in that case. But if you feel I'm providing you value, then that's what matters. If you ever feel like I'm not, you just let me know, Cody. Akihito, sorry. I don't agree with that, David Moore, because of the length of time between special chests. I don't agree that saving your Matham coins for special chests is the best way to do it at all. Especially now on the mixed servers, you know, if you don't want to do the good chest, well, you're waiting until, what is it, Objective 6 is complete before we get the next one. So, do you really want to wait out all of those season objectives before you get another opportunity to spend Matham coins? Or do you just want to spend your Matham coins and maybe get commanders or gifts or equipment? I am not sure about Patron, AJ, but I do know as a Twitch sub, I don't expect any special treatment. I don't know if Patron is different than Twitch subs, though. I've never used it. Well, yeah, Patron, you actually set up different tiers, and you can at least offer different little benefits at different tier levels. And I've got a few set up that I thought were good options. But I wasn't as good at limiting the information as I should have been. It's like some of the stuff was like guaranteed answers to questions. And I've realized, you know, when I spend more time addressing chat than playing, that it's like, well, I sometimes spend more time scrolling back through chat to make sure I'm answering as many questions as possible. That it's like, well, chances are they're going to get their questions answered anyway. I offered commander reviews, but, you know, again, they could just pop into the chat and ask me to review their commander, and chances are it'll happen live on stream for free. So it was stuff like that I was starting to question, like, well, what are they getting that they wouldn't get just in the stream? And I guess the answer to that is I do try and post behind the scenes pictures and little updates on what I'm working on and things like that. There is the VIP section in Discord that it doesn't really get used, but it's there. You do get access to the VIP channel in the Discord as well. So there's a few little things that I tried to include to make it valuable. If he is free to play, they should save the Mathams. If he is spending, can do both. Free users should always be trying to maximize rewards. But, and so how, I just don't understand. I don't see how saving them for special chests is maximizing rewards. Or because you guarantee the opening at a certain level? I guess, is that what you're getting at? Because it's like I said, it's a guaranteed unlock after a certain point. Like, they could ask things outside of stream times, meaning they don't have to wait to get their question. No, yeah, that's exactly it, unknown user, is I basically did say, like, you know, it doesn't matter where you got to get a hold of me, whether it's on stream or on Discord or send me a message on Patreon or wherever. You get the question to me, and I'll answer it. Yeah, okay. More chances to get the specific rewards / commanders. The only thing is that you're missing out on so much gear. You know, there's a lot of gear that you get from the Matham chests, and that gear can really help in the early game. And so if you're saving all of those coins, like I said, until Objective 6, you're going to be waiting a while. So you only get that guaranteed 3 respect items though after 10 pulls, right? This is the guaranteed 3 respect items that you're talking about. And so it's not like you get those, and if there's something else. No, but what I mean, David, is that if he's got the choice right now of spending Matham coins on one of these 2 chests or saving the coins for the next special chest, right? If he were to spend his coins now, he'd have a chance at commander invitations, he'd have a chance at the respect items, but he'd also get gear right now. If he waits, yes, he's got those same chances, but he doesn't get the stuff right now. He has to wait for it. That's what I mean about missing out on gear, is that there's gear he could be using right now if he doesn't already have gear that he's missing out on by saving those Matham coins. And as I said, if these are the guaranteed respect items that you were talking about, it's not like you get 3 per chest. You have to open 10 of them to get those 3 guaranteed items. So, Ijubu, how's it going? Yeah, these do have a chance at a T3 invite as well. Can you do me a favor, AJ? Can we see the gold gear for Evil Chest? The gold gear. Do you mean the drop rate? I can imagine you've been busy there, EJ. It's a busy time at the start of a season. For fuck's sake. Congrats. I mean, sorry for the initial reaction there, but I've got absolute terrible luck with Mathams, it seems. I get no invites, and Imrahil is like one of the few commanders that I actually want to get. Let me know what you think of him, EJ, because I think Imrahil is going to be one of the best commanders for mounted units. Grats then. Yeah, that ability at R5, giving all of your mounted units stun and madness immunity, plus 15 speed if you max it out, and 6 extra HP for all those specific mounted units. That's nuts. Yeah, him with Swan Knights or even Marshals. I think he'd be really good with Marshals too, but the fact that he actually gives Swan Knights the extra HP is going to be great. His R0 ability, the Fair, that gives his units initiative, and then he gets 5% extra XP from battles. That's going to be great. I personally think his R0 and his R5 tree are where it's at. I don't really think he's gonna, like, I don't think R3 is where you want to focus him. But it's nice having that defensive option. Can you... I haven't seen any of the Protection of Numenorian. I haven't seen any of those. Yeah, there was some down at the bottom here that I think are new. Protection of Numenor, Focus, and Undead and Evil Men, extra HP. Cask of the Submerged Isles, Might, Focus, and Speed. Tracker Plate. Oh, I know, EJ. I was so miffed about that. Like, I really felt like it was a bait and switch. Where this whole time we've been told, oh yeah, season 2. Just wait until season 2. We finally get into season 2. Or we're told season 2 all this time. Then we finally hear that they're going to require Respect 10. We finally get into season 2. A bunch of us have Respect level 10. And then we're told, oh, now you got to wait until season objective 10. It's like, God damn it, that's going to be the end of the season before we even see those things. Whatever. That's good to hear, though, is that the items are actually decent, because I had seen the Kamul unique item on an AI commander last season, and the unique item looked terrible, and I thought, like, I hope this isn't actually a preview of what we expect to see from them, because if so, they're gonna be bad. But it just didn't make any sense that they would design something like that and intentionally make it bad. So yeah, no, I was doing this before. Does it actually show? Yeah, and all it does is tell me it will be unlocked after the season progress, Glory to Middle Earth. Even if I, no, press the commander. Go to the tavern, then commander, and press on them. What am I doing wrong here, Jubu? I'm pressing on the equipment. I'm pressing on the commander. I'm pressing on the commander. Yeah, what am I doing wrong then? Click, oh, on the respect bar. There we go. Thank you. Is that it? Do they not have Do they not have abilities attached to them? Because no, that's exactly what I saw when I looked at Kamul's. And like they suck. Because it's not like you can increase those stats. Unless that's what this Mithril is for. Okay, so they do come with an ability, though. That's okay. Because that's the part that was getting me. Is on the Kamul one, I didn't see an ability. And I didn't see an ability pop up here. So she's going to get 16 might. And 10 defense for men is alright. But no. I don't think those things are going to be worth it. I don't think they're going to be worth it at all. Because I'm sorry. What is Legolas going to have that's going to be better than this? Let's go take a look at what they give Legolas. The abilities are going to have to be something absolutely monstrous. Really? Although they do have the 5 stars, so apparently you can upgrade them. What do you upgrade them with, Ijubu? Is that what the Mithril is for? Yeah, okay, that's the only thing I was assuming then, is that this is what the Mithril would be for. Because otherwise I couldn't think of any other way of upgrading them. So yeah, upgraded then, they'll be okay. But yeah, I didn't think there was any way to friggin' upgrade them, so it's like, be stupid. They go up with 100 usage on Commander. Yeah, like if there's a way to get them start up, then okay, that'll make it a whole lot better. Otherwise, and if it's not easy to star them up, then I still think purple's going to be... Well, yeah, because they'll have the same affinity thing as the rest of the gear would, I would assume. Or does it increase past the 100? We'll find out eventually by the end of the season. The thing, yeah, I still don't know though. Like, if they're gonna take that, I don't know. I don't think by that time they're gonna make a whole lot of difference. People are gonna have the gear that they like on the commanders they like by that point. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I honestly think it's gonna be one of those things that most of us forget about until all of a sudden we can use them. Well, thank you so much for the cheers, unknown user. Yeah, like that's the thing. It's if they're gonna be something that need to be upgraded to become, you know, really effective anyway, why are you gonna restrict us to getting them at the end of the season? Would it not benefit us to get them at the beginning of the season, or at least if we have the, because you already need level 10 respect. So it's not like anyone is going to start the game or start the season and just automatically have every single one for every commander. Like the only one I would have unlocked by default when I started this season was Eowyn. But wouldn't that have been beneficial to have it at the beginning of the season because, you know, I earned it, and then have the entire season to level the thing up along with my character? But no, now I've got to spend the majority of the season with a certain weapon, leveling it up to get her effective, and then at a certain point they expect me to just swap that weapon out for this because it's unique to her. What if it just sucks in comparison? What if it's going to take too long to level up to become anything decent? I don't know. I was really disappointed to see that we had to wait so long for them. It just feels like it takes all the excitement out of them. Yeah, and like, you know, and so if he's already got all gold 5-star refined on a Witch King, that mace is going to have to be really, really, really good to justify switching it out. Or the helmet, sorry. It's a helmet that he gets. I highly doubt, even at max refinement, I highly doubt this is actually going to be better than whatever gold piece of gear that guy's already got on. Spirit, the merge already happened for the initial group of servers. So this account here, which was my old Rohan account, is now my Mordor account on server 0004 of Season 2. And as you can see, I'm not even focusing on any of my evil commanders. I've just decided, let's do it with good. And so Legolas is actually leading the charge for us this time. Because I thought, why not? I want a commander that doesn't require specific units. I didn't want to have to worry that, oh, he's buffing elves or ranged or whatever. That's why I chose Legolas over Haldir. Because Haldir has more bonuses specifically for ranged units. Whereas Legolas doesn't really care much about his units and just pumps out a ton of damage. And so I figured the versatility of that would be beneficial. And it has been so far. I've been able to just continue on doing my thing. I haven't even noticed that 10% damage reduction in terms of units or commander damage. So it's been fun. Hopefully we're going to be able to keep this up for the rest of the season and just, I mean, there's 2 evil commanders that if I'm able to get either the Angmar lady and or the crazy cat lady, I will be focusing on them. I will use them. Other than that, I don't think I'll use any evil commanders. I will just stick with the ones I've got because, you know, they are awesome in and of themselves. And if they're going to let me use all of those awesome commanders with all of these evil units and reduce the debuff to 0 so that I'm using everything at 100% effectiveness, why not? Just highlight how absolutely silly and absurd the idea of mixing good and evil truly was. God damn it, Legolas, you're always out of stamina now. Guy is not a team player anymore. The debuff, the damage debuff is only 10%. So your commander, 10% less damage. Any of the units, 10% less damage. But at ring level 16, I will be able to unlock morale for my commanders, as well as morale for my units. And once you get these maxed, that damage reduction is reduced to 0. So, okay, I'll just rock the evil units with my good commanders and call it a day. You know, I'll run whatever good units I can fit in there to make things even sillier. But yeah, I don't care who it was in their company that thought this was a good idea. They were wrong. It doesn't matter if these servers end up, you know, it doesn't matter what the player count on these servers is. Just because players join the server and play your stupid flawed game doesn't mean it wasn't flawed. This just goes against the entire nature of the game that they originally put out. Like I said, you know, there were some people that said the devs were trying to say this was planned from the start, that they were going to do this mixed crap. And that I called out as bullshit immediately. If this had been planned at any point in the previously, there would have been some hinting at it in beta. There would have been some kind of testing done in the beta. It wouldn't have been something that we all found out about as a surprise after the launch. And like I said, it's one of those things, in my opinion, that some dev came up with the idea at 3 in the morning, woke up in a cold sweat and thought, I've got a brilliant idea to fix the balance in the game. We're just going to let everyone use everything. And then nobody will have anything to complain about. No, that's not quite accurate. And I think the person that came up with that idea at 3 in the morning is much higher paid than anyone else. And so it's not like someone can just say, no, we're not doing that. Yeah, like I said, I mean, you know, I'm running Legolas for his raw damage. I'm going to run Arwen because she's, you know, crazy heal master. I've got Stundolf here. I've got Haldir because, I mean, the guide tree is still a great tree. 45% extra damage. But then, once I get some ranged units to use, this is going to be good. Foresight, so I'll be able to counter Oathbreakers. You know, nice and easy. But then just all the options. Just all the friggin' options. It's like, jeez. Okay. Oh my god. Almost an hour overtime here. I really was not paying attention. I just got right into the discussions and the chats and not saying that's not a bad thing at all. Like I've loved the discussions tonight and the chats we've been having. There was some progress made. I mean, when I started tonight, we were at like 2,300. We broke the $3,000. So there was some choppy progress being made. I mean, Legolas is at a stamina, so that's a good thing. But with all of that being said, I do need to go and get some decent sleep tonight. So thank you very much to any and all that have joined us this evening. Thank you to all of the new subscribers. Thank you once again to Unamus for the subscription, Unknown User for the gifted subs. We do this every Wednesday and Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern. I think we're on standard time now for any new people. We do have the streams rocking every Wednesday and Friday. Although, if you are new, you've joined at a lucky time because Monday, November 29th, we are going to have another bonus launch stream for Season 2. Because that is when server 139 will be transitioning to Season 2. And that's where I am going to be focusing on my Mordor account as a roleplay server. So there won't be any mixing of good and evil on that one. And we'll get started over there on Monday. Did I see your message above? I'm on S99 and haven't been merged yet, even though I applied for the merge and the timer is done. So Spirit, that means you're in the 2-day transition period. If you go to your season page here, you should have a little bar right along here that actually tells you, I think it's right on this side, that will tell you the actual date and time that your server should be rolling over. It'll say the date, and then it should give you the time UTC when the season starts. Unknown user, yes. Wednesdays and Friday nights are the two scheduled stream nights now. I try and use the rest of the time to, record or edit videos. So right now, Wednesday and Friday are the two regular stream nights. And then, like I said, every now and then, if we have launch or things like that, I'll do, special streams to make sure we get that stuff in. Snag some decent info for Season 2. Excellent. That is what we're here for, Onibij. So I am glad we could help out. Twitch schedule says Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Oh, that is probably because you're in a different time zone. I had been told, oh, wait. That means my Twitch... I thought I had removed the Monday streams from my Twitch schedule. But somebody told me that, yeah, I apparently streamed on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for them. And at that point, I thought it was funny because I technically streamed 6 days a week. And like I said, I thought I had actually gone in and removed those Monday streams. So thank you for letting me know that it is still advertising the Monday streams. I'm gonna have to go do something about that. It says season cutoff time is 2021 11 27 0000. Tallied. Has that time already been? Yes, it has. What does it say in the next section? Because it should have said that, if I remember what it said on mine, that information should have been on this side, and then over on the right hand side, it should give you the actual date as to when it'll roll over. Going off what we had, though, it was a 2-day downtime, so the 27th was your cutoff. It should be the 29th at 4 UTC. Don't quote me on that, but if you guys if they're treating yours the same as ours, we had 2 days from that cutoff to the launch. Alrighty. So, unless there are any other questions, comments, concerns, we are going to finish off the wrap up here just with one last thank you to everyone for joining. Once again, thank you very much, unknown user, for letting me know about that. And I will get that adjusted. Not a problem, Spirit. Yeah, there's literally nothing to do during those 2 days because you can't even change any outcomes at that point. So, bleh. But yeah, thank you all once again for joining this evening. We will be back on Monday for the Server 139 launch. All the buttons. If it's been If it's been entertaining, engaging, informative, all that fun stuff, you can hit the like button, the subscribe button. On Twitch, you can hit the follow button. I think that's all the buttons. If you would like to support the channel and help me continue the content, you can do so at patreon.com/AjMcGamer or AjMcGamer.live. And with all of that said and out of the way, until next time, good luck on whatever battlefield you find yourself on. Final transition of the evening. You be safe as well, Akihito. And to the rest of you, everyone, be safe. Take care of yourselves. Make sure you get some sleep, mental health, and all that fun stuff. And yeah, good luck on whatever battlefield you find yourself on. Peace out.